Yeah, dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Good morning. Actually, I just added a camera to the loading screen. I should put it over on the centaur's head. Since centurion, sorry, not a centaur. This is usually the point where I go through and set that stuff. Oh, I changed the glasses. Absolutely. Uh-oh. Oh no. Did I leave them? Thank you for the reminder. I actually I'm gonna be back really, really soon. I'm gonna go grab those. All right. Well, here. We're gonna switch it to the other screen. It was just funny. We're going BRB real quick. Oh no, 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 no. Not that one. Here, let's come over here. I'll be right back. These ones are cool too. The other ones are my reading glasses. I'm getting old. I'll be right back. I 18 years old already? No. I'm 18 twice plus some. All right. So, where are we going today? Log in. So my chair needs to move a little off center. There we go. And good morning. Good morning, it's Snow Dev. So when we do process a login, what do we do here? Pour some water real quick. I left my water cup out in the yard somewhere. Still more of the trench work yesterday. Got the conduit in. Got the network cable pulled through it. The ends aren't quite right yet, but the 180 feet in the middle, they're good. Rough day today. Oh dear. Oh, lots of exams. Yes. How'd that go? Again and again. Oh, on a Sunday? You do exams on a Sunday? Or are you forward? So it's like a month. No. Actually, you can't go that far forward in the time right now. Oh, it's Saturday where you are. Basically reinstalled Chrome yesterday. All of my Twitch settings are a little off. Give me a sec. Like relay out everything. we go. All right. So let's look at this piece here. Oh dear, got a lot of stuff here. Site config, mod bits. Oh, yeah. How does time even work? Oh, we just added time zone functionality to our app at work. What a pain. Change your system clock. Change the enterprise account because you can have account settings. Oh, it was it was an adventure. So we did a lot in here. Embedded and linked CSS. Nah, that's probably good enough for now. Oh, should that cargo have gone in there? No, that doesn't matter. Okay. Mitch sleeping. Uh-oh. Mitch is sleeping. Actually, I don't know. Hey, Haplowiko. Good morning. Good morning. Actually, we need to add sub stuff to Mitch. We didn't add sub stuff yet. Good morning. Thank you for that. How have you been doing? Oh, that's funny. So you get three options: ban, timeout, or delete. Oh, Xenogron, that's funny. Been good? Well, welcome. That's so funny. Why would they even have that on those messages? I'll take ban, right? It dawned on me yesterday that we might have actually made something kind of neat. um, okay, where are we going here? Let's listen to local. I had to restart everything yesterday. All my screens are just foobarred. Okay, so here we have login, right? Wow, that was quick. That seemed unusually quick. I mean, normally it happens in 100 milliseconds, but what's our timings on this? 126? Huh, that works. It's pretty good. All right. I've got to save that layout. So now we're going to try to get login working. And for this, we're going to say super user, super user. I've been spending your time in Terraform constantly the last few days. Anxious to start on some Rust. Ooh, nice. Very nice. What are we building? Morning, PK. We are working on something I call Mimeograph. Mimeograph is like WordPress, like a WordPress alternative. It's built on top of Cloudflare, but it's designed to be serverless. So there's no server. It's just Cloudflare's web workers. So this looks okay. Wow. So yesterday, what we ended up doing was getting the CSS bits working. So, whereas if you ignore all of the dark viewer styles that get injected into the page, so let's turn those off for a moment, so we can just see what we did yesterday. Oh, I actually clicked and dragged that. So yesterday, we ended up getting this style block working, so embedded styles and then linked styles working. So both of those are now okay. We actually store this in something that's like, was it embedded CSS? Here. So it's actually something that can be accessed in two different ways. And then we have kind of the deferrable CSS. Oh my goodness, how do we pronounce this? Character. Good morning. Thank you for the follow. And we're not super fond of the here, we'll go ahead and save that. Super user. I'm not particularly fond of the CSS. Right, this is using oh, what was it? It's one I've used before. Just some super simple tiny CSS. Ends up coloring it and making it look not awful. So this is our login page. We're going to click on login, but it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't do anything, right? So let's make sure that's wired up, because now we want to be able to handle the post and kind of do something with it. Here's our login router. So we've got login router. We're not doing anything with that. Oh, we are doing something with it. And I did rearrange this the other day. So now we run the router. If it ends up working, we return the response. Otherwise, we take the request and try it on the next router here. Which was weird because before we had this function in here, run router. Basically, the contents of this were stamped out there like 3 or 4 times. And this ended up making it slightly larger by reducing that and having that instance in there once. So it looks like we are looking at this post here. So if we come back into login mod, we have our post handler for that route. So come through here. It'll read the post data. Oh, and then we're saying, hey, this isn't handled. Do it somewhere else. Oh, that's fine. I don't mind the side chat. So by all means, actually, I'm kind of curious about that too. Like, like bulimia. I've never heard of bulimia, but I have friends that are constantly talking about Terraform, Kubernetes, all that stuff. So here we get our username, our password. And what do we do if these didn't exist? Too many devs in Terraform right now. All right. So I think instead of doing that there and there, I'm just gonna do two things. Toss a match on here. What should dot match like so. Some is username. Well, that's interesting. It actually butchered that. Huh. Is that little macro supposed to say dot match? Do that, and then you get this username there at the front. Well, it worked that time. It's weird. So in this case, we'll return username. And this post data, when we get this out of this map, what do we expect here? Okay, so we are already doing an is undefined check. That looks fine. Changes slow in the space realm. Can imagine. Let's do the same thing for this one and the next one. I wonder if there's a more interesting way to do that. Because we're going to do a match here. Then we're going to do a match here. We could do a little macro here, which would just stamp it out inline. But we're also working in WASM. And if we could, we should probably try to do something such that we produce smaller code. So, because we need the actual return here, can't toss it into some other function because then we're just going to say, hey, did this do this? How else could we do this? We could get the two options, unwrap them together. So now they're both options. And we could say if one or the other is undefined. Let's open up our docs. Or so I don't think that's, I want like the inverse. Like if either one is none, returns none. If the option's none, otherwise returns option B. It's not going to do exactly what we want there. Otherwise calls out. Either that or we just do let username password the match of a tuple username password. Right, and if we have a tuple of some username and some password, then we return a tuple of them unwrapped username and password. Okay, otherwise, in all other cases, I'm going to return basically this. That's cleaner. So we unwrap them both at the same time. Ah, it's cold and rainy there this morning. Oddly enough, we're going to have a nice sunny weekend. Just going to be nice. All right. I'll just fail. All right. So now we're going to try to read some setting out of like usernames and passwords. Because we can have all sorts of, was it namespaces for our KV store? I'm tempted to actually store a blob for a KV here. So let's go into our Wrangler config. And we might toss them into a new binding here. And then I can just have a JSON blob, which represents them. And that's kind of it. If I really needed to, we can do that through a durable object, durable storage. So let's go ahead and add that. We'll add users. Where is it? Wrangler. I was wondering, did they have something for cache in here? Doesn't look like it. Namespace help. Create. Oh. So we'll create this called users. Glad I'm working on the serverless WordPress option. This was actually a topic of conversation for a few of us the other day. Oh, really? For me, it seems like the biggest limitation that we have is how many requests we can make. Inside of Cloudflare, we can only make 50 external facing requests or 50 requests to anything else. So KV, request KV count, requested durable storage counts, request outside of Cloudflare count. So you have to be a little clever in reducing the number of requests. So you end up combining elements inside of and just inside of Cloudflare. I'm hoping to build a forum out of this. So whenever I try to make one of these decisions, it's like, well, if I had a forum page and there were 20 posts on there. How much data am I actually fetching in order to build this page out? And coming up with a way to do that is a little challenging because you only have 50 requests. Because if you had 20 posts and you wanted to show info about each one of your users on the left side, like right next to their post, right? That's 20 requests. Unless it's all the same user, but that's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, each user is different. So we're going to do users. Okay, I need to actually stamp that out for two more environments. Staging. Nice thing with Cloudflare, you can have unlimited um, KV namespaces. Oops, that's production. There's staging. Yeah. So that's all set up. We've got it for production, etc. Great. Yeah, absolutely. And especially to make it fast. And who would ever think of making a forum on top of Cloudflare? There are some interesting limitations there too. Um, so if we go into cloudflare.com, workers, learning, where's their limits here? So your script size is limited to 1 MB. I'm trying very, very hard to keep the code thin at the beginning. Worker memory, that's no problem currently. We're well underneath that. I would think of it. I definitely would. I would think of it. Okay. But the storage limit for KV is 1 GB. And that's in the free plan. But that doesn't change here. I mean, that seems it seems like you should be able to pay and store more. I was looking for something else on so here if we have the paid plan, default model, that's for data going through. It's this one here that kind of gets me. Because if you have it a forum, granted it's text, right? It's all going to be really small. But still, a gig. Oh. Oh, there we go. 50 cents for another gig. Well, fine then. I mean, that works out really well. Kind of nickel and diming you, but still, that's hardly anything for another gig of forum space. That'd be huge. It's not like you'd store images and such in there. So, all right, back to the users. My mustache is getting a little long, it's starting to bug me. All right, so we have that. Now we need to fetch the user. Fetch user. What else? What else do we do? Check password hash. And I think we got some of the hashing stuff already stamped out from before. So let's do that. Now we need to go to env, cfmod, env. No. There it is. So it's going to be users. Let's move that up there. So we have the KV bits. We have the auth key. Those are tough ones. Those are really tough. All right. So then we've got this here. I keep thinking about pulling this into its own crate to like a Mimeograph Cloudflare. Certain things like the environment here, you wouldn't want in there. You just wouldn't. Because all of these are actually specific to my project. But everything else could be used by somebody. Morning, Final Spartan. How you doing? So we're going to have users there. No, we have the env request in here. Maybe could, okay. Users. That's our KV. I'm going to call a get from there. Now we have to give it the path. And it seems at this point we just want to use maybe the username, or are we going to allow people to change their username? Huh. Probably not. Oh. You're starting on the Rust journey. Oh, wonderful. Oh, yeah. It's been a great journey for me. I've been doing this. This is my 444th stream. So I've been doing it a little while. All right, let's just use a username here. We should be able to get that there. Now, this probably get on our KV. So if we go into the KV here, get wants a promise. Well, no, it wants a key being a stir. I kind of want like a second version of this. One with like uh, JS get, where we pass in a JS string. Because I don't really want to have to convert it to a Rust string just to be able to pull that back out. I wonder, is that like a decent convention? Say, oh, this is a Rust type. This is a JavaScript type. We do that. And then What else do we need? And then the option, the KV options, which in this case are get kind. And this is going to be, we want an object here, JSON. This returns a promise, which we have to await. All right. Username. Now we await that. Want the import. There we go. We can await that promise. Auto modded, and why is the dash included? Oh, that's funny. I don't know. It is funny though. All right, so then we have the result. Now, we've got our own little KV bit here. And I think I should actually be using that instead. Because there's two KV things. Ours and theirs. If we're just calling fetch, this actually does a little bit of the conversion for us, which is nice. Because otherwise we have to do the dine into as well. Because this is basically what we're doing at the moment. Oh, but this feels weird. Like, would we also have a JS fetch version that passes in a different type there? Or do we have a different kind there? Hey, thank you for the follow. Snipped. Let's make this a P. And path can be anything that is of type P. Ooh, but what kind do we want that to be? So we might have to use a different function here, depending on it. You are naughty. Actually, we could switch that out and say it always has to be a JS string. Because how does it actually work in WASM bindgen? If you're actually passing a string into JavaScript, does it actually convert it to a JS string if you're passing in a Rust string or a str? Probably. Let's find the book. That's not super helpful. It's just the intro. Supported types UTF-16 versus UTF-8. Exporting a function to JS. Supported type str. So what I'm considering is actually changing the CFKV interface here to always take, let's say, a JS string. Because if it's taking a JS string, I think we can take a str and just into it. So it's not a burden to the programmer here. We look up, no, not OS string. Oh, shoot. Cargo doc, open. But look at this. They should have a from. Okay. So that would be a pretty quick sort of conversion. Let's play a little bit with that. So we got JS string there. It's always weird, kind of like writing the line between, are we doing this in the JavaScript way? Or are we doing this in the Rust way? And this is a JavaScript interface, so maybe we always do things here the JavaScript way. Here, put string. Just going to explore with this interface here. Because then in here, we do where p is anything of into JS string. Probably still want to pass them by reference here. Although technically they are references, they're like pointers into the JavaScript heap. But I don't want people to have to clone them because of Rust's requirements. In this case, Rust, we're passing ownership in. All right. So if we did that, now we're going to have just a couple errors. Oops. Let's open that back up. KV here. Yeah, we're going to do the same thing over here. Biodide? I haven't used that. I don't know what that is. What is that? Oh, interesting. Python inside a web browser. Huh. That's cool. Oh, you know what? That should be a reference to be. I guess no, because it should be anything that can go into that other type. Kind of like this separate line with that on it. Show the conversion. Need to borrow that. That's it. Now this goes against what the WASM bindgen book was saying about keeping your WASM small. Because now we've basically got an option to stamp this out for each one of those types. I wonder if there's a possibility to keep this smaller. Right, we could say, oh, this is boxed and it impulse something like this. And that would be fine. Bench there. All right. Expected JS string found that. Now in this case, we actually want to swap this out, don't we? So we're going to call our KV fetch. Going to give it the storage. So we want to pass in the user storage. Now the path. Wait, that's wrong. It shouldn't be a result.js value. Oh, that's funny. The path in this case is username. And we await that. But now we need to know what the type is here. Let's suggest, oh, no. Option to adjust this object. Okay. Now, if they still don't exist, we return that it's not handled. So we match it, passing that through, and returning. All right. That goes away. Now we have the user or we don't. So I wonder if we should actually do a little delay there, avoid sort of timing attacks. If we return too quickly, they'll know that the user truly doesn't exist and that they didn't just get the username wrong. All right, but if the user does exist, we should be able to get the password hash off of it. It's no longer a user promise. This is just the user. Get the password hash. And what is that going to return? An option to a T. If somebody's user screwed up, we're going to bail on that too. You can see a common pattern here. I wonder if there's something else we could do with this. Oh, it's not satisfied for unit. We need to tell it what type password hash is. Good morning, Dirk. And Chen Hu. How are you doing? All right. So we have the password hash now. So now we can compare the two hashes. What was it? Was it in sign? Oh, we had a file here. Hash. Oh, it's called hash. Cannot import auth key. So previously we figured out how to do this. And we could create new ones of these. Get env auth key. It should be in the JWK format. All right. Where's this called? It's not called anywhere. This is just async. We have to load it. All right. The value for that's actually stored on the env, on the environment. Okay, it takes reference to that. We have to await it. And it's either going to be found or it's not. What would we do here if it's not found? Probably return some sort of error. So we can bubble this error up. Plus question mark on there. No, we could do. We could store this on the environment. Say, hey, because a web worker can be reused. So if it doesn't exist, maybe we just load a new one. Or always load it. Or load it and store it. Hey, Twitch. How you doing? Twitch 191020. Huh. How you doing? In this case, we would get the crypto key. You know what? Maybe we should be doing this not directly, but via some other process. Now, this is actually using the JS crypto bits. So if we look inside of what was it called? WebSys crypto, subtle crypto. And what they called it, was it digest? Yes, digest with object and buffer source, string buffer source, UH array. So there's lots of options on how to do the digest here. Now, I think we have something that's slightly different because we wanted to use this for signing, but I want to use it for digest. Let's go back into Cloudflare here, their documentation, runtime APIs, web crypto. See, here they just call it digest, algorithm and data. SHA-1, SHA-256. Actually, SHA-512 can actually be faster than like SHA-256 or 384 because it can get vectorized. I don't know how this, if it's even possible to get vectorized in WASM. Like, can it even do that? Probably not. Not unless you're producing WASM and then V8 says, hey, we could have vectorized this. Oh. All right. So how do we set this up? SHA hyphen. Yeah, crypto subtle digest. I guess we don't technically need. We don't need the key for that, do we? Well, in that case, we do not need to call load auth key. Not here. We just need to sign that. The workers crypto APIs probably do it right. Probably. It's just, can we provide a salt with our hash? Do I want to receive desktop notifications when new content is published? Never. The answer is always never. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, look, Alice and Bob have the same password. Oh, no. Using random characters, yes. So we just come up with a salt, combine them. So we'd store the salt along with the username. So we need some sort of random stuff. So let's look at the random API again. Generate key. I thought they had. I saw it in here just a bit ago. Generate key, derive bits. Return a promise that fulfills with a newly generated buffer of pseudo-random bits derived from the base key and specific algorithm. What if I just wanted random bits? Can we just use some bcrypt implementation? Well, all we have to do is store this along with the username and the hash. Right, we just need some salt. And then we concatenate that with the password before we hash it. And where would that be? This one, base key. See, I don't really want to use the base key for this. I just want random data. Oh, get random values. It wasn't with the other methods. Fills the past array buffer with cryptographically sound random values. Perfect. Yep, that would definitely fatten up the WASM. But this is fairly simple, right? We just need to get an array buffer with some values. Doesn't have to be much. Then we probably have to hash that into something that we could display or not. Here, okay, so we call get random values. Oh, that doesn't exist here. Yeah, I was concerned about this. Okay. Well, something like this does exist. Import key with stir. That does exist. Our get random data does not. Object get. Okay, let's go into, where was it? Cloudflare, CF, mod. Because this subtle crypto doesn't have random. So how do we do this? We could create another one. CF subtle crypto. Actually, for that to work, we would have to create another type. All right. We're going to call it crypto. What do they call it? What does Cloudflare call it? They call it web crypto? It's off of crypto.subtle. All right. We'll do that. And then what's our random? Get random values. WASM bindgen. This is a method. And the JS name is going to be that of function blah CRS. Takes this and an array buffer. Does that return a promise? No, it returns an array buffer right away. Wow. Is it returning it? Or do we just... It looks like it returns it. All right. So this should be random data. Fantastic. Does that look right? They both have to be mapped to the same place, right? Because inside of this V8 instance, this object does exist, and it exists with what looks to be the subtle crypto API, except we have some additions that Cloudflare added. you see this a little bit in some of their APIs, like in the streams object. There's a couple differences in there. Um, I don't remember if these are actually mirrored in WebSys or JSys, but there are some differences, like fetch, and I haven't implemented fetch here, but they also note when things differ. So it's been pretty good just being able to implement these. Okay. So we'll try calling this get random values. Let's set up an array buffer. Back to login. So you have crypto. Oh, do we have to create a new one? No. Oh, that's not a method, is it? That's just a function in that namespace. We can include more than one namespace, can't we? I think we can. And that doesn't take one of those. Because if it's just a namespace function, it doesn't take a this. But hopefully we can express where it is like that. Which begs the question, do we need this? Probably not. This has all that information in it. Huh. Get random values. Oh, that's weird though. It feels like it's like floating in the middle of nowhere. We could put it inside of some sort of namespace here. I keep closing that other file thinking, oh, we're done with it. But no, we keep coming back. CF mod. All right. So we could put this into a mod. Crypto. Okay. We'll leave it open this time. Now we're going back to login. The values here. We need to pass in an array buffer. And array buffers are interesting. An array buffer is kind of the view into something else. So we create a new one with a specific length. Okay. And what's our length going to be? 8? We don't need much. Get random values. Random data. We will store that. Let random data. Now, what do we have here? We give it the algorithm and the data. The data can be of different types, string, object, etc. Stir, and buffer source, and U8 array. Probably with stir and buffer stores. Now we're going to call the other thing and use this. Their types are a lot more complicated than what I've been setting up. Quite a bit more. And I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing. If it bloats things or not. I imagine it only includes what you're needing, right? Of course, it's Rust. But here's the WASM bindgen for it. Catch method structural JS class. JS name on digest. Some of these, I thought structural was the default now. We have catch and method. They're saying it's a method and it's off of that. Okay. So it's an instanced class. That's neat. Which means that ours might actually be broken for the random data. So where's settle crypto defined? Oh, let's go up to the top. Pub type settle crypto. Extends object, JS name. And it's got a TypeScript name, of course. Why is it putting the impl at the back end of that? Oh, it's not inside of an extra in C block. Oh, this got all funny. We could also give it a like here this is subtle crypto, and over here we'll have like CF subtle crypto because of the additions that they have. Let's just double check. Maybe they do have this random values bit. Say random math random. Oh shoot, they do have it. Of course they do. Okay, well, we delete this then. That was a fun little exercise. Let's rename this to subtle crypto. Yes, it's fine. We have to do this because it's actually in a different place inside of Cloudflare. So we need someplace to get to it. What do we like better, that or that? I'm going to put it back. All right. CF settle crypto dot get random blah blah blah. Get random values with array buffer. So we either give it the array buffer view or we give it a slice of U8s. What's going to be easier to concatenate? Probably the slice of data. But we'll have to take the username into a Rust string as well. But what if it's... No, we can't treat this as a Rust string, can we? Oh, and what am I doing? We're not creating users. We don't need to generate random value data yet. We just need to get it off of... We need to get the salt. Salt, 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 salt. Silly me. Okay, so then we take the salt and the password. And we're going to put the salt at the beginning or the end. I think the beginning is usually the... Yeah. Because that'll affect the characters downstream, depending on the hashing algorithm. There are some weird ones out there. But I don't think that, like, SHA-256, etc. needs that. I think the whole thing gets affected by it. So we take password salt and the hash, and we append them. That's going to be password salt. Actually, I'm going to do this in JavaScript string land. And cat. We have a push. Oh, yeah, split and slice. It's going to be the password salt. And cat. Password. Salted thing there. Okay. Now we want to MD5 that and compare it against the password hash. So I'm going to get the salt out there. We have settle crypto dots. How do we do our digest? We need to convert this. Returns a promise. Or a buffer source. So we could take that into some sort of array buffer, or we just go with this route. We'll use a stir. SHA-512. And we need our buffer. Now our string. As mute vec. As bytes mute. Okay. Now we need our hash promise. So we're going to take that. Oh, sorry. We have to await that. The JS future from hash promise. We await that. Expected hash. No, this is the actual hash. Now this is going to return a result. Oh. What's our hash? Oh, does that return? It returns a result. What happens if that fails? How can that fail? Syntax, parameters, return value, promise, that fulfills with an array buffer containing a digest. Okay. Well, are we returning a future result? Yes, we are. Okay, so dot map error. Where'd it go? So there. Weren't we supposed to await the digest? Did I get that backwards? Let's go back one. No, it just returns a result to a promise. Oh, because we might have some sort of, we might have passed in the wrong algorithm or something like that, right? So then we have our promise, and we have to await this. And this one, I don't think can error out the same way. Map error. All right, can we just throw that? It's a JS value. We can't. Convert that into a JS error from. Toss that. All right, now we have our actual hash. This is what I like about Rust. We didn't have to load it up in the browser. We didn't have to run it. We know that the types are correct, and that whole piece of machinery fits together. We're left with actual hash, and then we have a password hash. Now we check to see if they're the same. We're going to convert this into a string from that, which means we have to provide this with some type info. Okay. Now in this case, what I would like to do is to be able to set some sort of kind of state, right? Because as this comes through and this request is handled, we'll go through this and I want to render the login page again, right? Even on the post, I want to return something. I don't want to have to redirect them, although we could redirect, maybe set a cookie or something like that, which might actually be one of the tricks that we use a lot in this to stay underneath our 50 requests to the back end. Because we might do a number of requests just validating something and push that up too much so that the page render doesn't have enough requests to do. So we could either store something in the cookie and bounce them back and say, hey, you need to go back to this other page. Your post failed. In the case of the login, we could probably just store something in some sort of local, I don't know, global object, global state store. And then the login page can see, does that exist? If it does exist, it could render out something like, hey, we failed to log you in. Try again. Here's your form filled in with the username and password. Well, with the username. We wouldn't send the password back. So if our password hash is not equal to what? Actual hash, we do something. Actually, let's do it the opposite way. Let's do the positive case first. So in this case, we would say, yes, we logged in, and we're going to redirect you to maybe the home page or some place that redirected you to this page. Yeah. What's a JS value? Of course it is. And what should it be? Are these going to be bytes stored in JSON? And the hash should be a string. And now that they're the same type, one more paren. There we go. Interesting. What could this be? This JS value. Because if we can't take that into a string, we actually have to do that, do something else. Sign into JS string dot map string question mark. Now we have a string. We can compare them. Yay, we logged in, or it failed. All right. So to do this, we actually have to be able to create a user, don't we? Let's have a user creation form. Good morning, Andrew. How are you doing? Oh, skip the current song. 38 minutes ago. Oh my goodness, I didn't see that. Here, I'll refund your points. I gotta wire that up. I didn't see a way to actually do that, to forward these. Might need to use some sort of. Let's see, I can actually use this in the browser. I think this is just Electron or something like that. But if it was in the browser, we could actually wrap that with something else and press the buttons. That'd be a fun little project. That one's growing. Didn't like that one though. All right, so we've got login. Let's have a create user. Or no, that's too verby. How about login form? No. User form? Mr. Mod user form. Struct. Now, one thing that was bugging me before, some of these forms, um, we're actually implementing, oh, not that login. Login in the templates. We implement this render here. Now, what we could do instead is make this async, but why would we need it to be async? I don't see a reason for async yet. I think there's a way to make it async if we want to. All right, but until then, simple render for user form. Oops. Actually, I'm going to take from the login form. Okay, so we have our HTML. Now, if we're making a RESTful API here, this would be users. We'd post to users, wouldn't we? Username, password. That's kind of it. I mean, it looks very, very similar, doesn't it, to that login form. We probably want to include some other things, like, you know, something, email address, or maybe the username is your email address. That would simplify a login. Email address and password. What else? That's it for now. Super simple. It's kind of ethereal. I don't know, it's good, but a little giggling in the background. No. Okay, so we're going to have that there. Now let's edit a page. Explore. So our pages. We have login. Create a new one. Create account. Users. See, I don't have the ability to put a slash in here. I think I would normally do like user/new or something like that, right? So I'm just going to do users.new.json for now. Layout doesn't exist yet. I'm going to get rid of that widget. It's going to be, what do I want to call this? What kind of widget is that? What do we call the buffer? User form? That'll work. Eventually, these are going to be managed by the system, but we have to write them out by hand for now to bootstrap it. All right, then inside of page, template page here, what are we doing? It's a little switch statement. Oh, is it in page config? Page config. Here we go. We have login, we have paragraph. Did that not save? User form. Eventually, we might have the same thing be an edit form. So we would pass in that global state, or it would know how to load up your current user. So maybe it looks at a header, something like that. Why do we have this for a try from on this one? Oh, because it could fail? Fine. Need a new function on that? Okay. And we need to upload. Guess not yet. Need to remember to upload those pages. Hmm. So we get the config. Style sheets there. Oh, that's off of page config. See, we should be using the other fetch for this. Because this get could fail again. But this is a promise. We want the promise here. That's right. We can map it. All right. And now for a quick little side. Oh, that needs to be mutable. Sure. We've made it to the next layer of compiler warnings and errors. What? Is that a... Oh, that's unsafe. The caller must ensure that the content of the slice is valid UTF-8 before the borrow ends and the underlying stir is used. Okay. So we can take this JS string into our string. Let's take this into a vector, though. In 2 bytes. All right. So now we have the bytes. It still needs to be mutable. We don't care if it is... if it's a valid string yet. Oh, could I have done that like so? Yes. Okay. Clean up some of these. All right. Well, huh. It's unused. That seems odd. We must be using KV somewhere. Oh, unused import. Oh, sorry, the buffer wasn't saved. All right. I think we've dealt with all the warnings. Upload pages. I'm going to create one that's just called upload. Oh, hey, Tadas, good morning. How are you doing? All right. So all of that got uploaded. Now we should be able to run it. Regular dev, env, development. Still waking up. Um, yeah, I'm looking forward to a long weekend. I've got one project half finished. Well, more than half. I've got to finish some of the interior wiring and stuff like that. Hopefully next time I stream, it'll be Ethernet all the way to Starlink. So right now I have a Wi-Fi hop in there. I'll get it wired up all the way to my desk. Which is a really, really long ways. All right. Cancel that. Go here. All right, good. Nothing there. Slash user. Score new. Users. What's users, wasn't it? There we go. Email address. Oh, why is this well, looks fine. Okay, I'm just gonna do super user, super user. Not found. So it did do the post correctly. Perfect. That was easy. Now let's go into lib. Rename this to like the rest router. I don't think we're, yeah. So we're not globbing with these. Unfortunately, you were able to get Wi-Fi working on your Linux desktop, so Ethernet wiring is on hold. I spent, goodness, like $200 on conduit the other day. I had to bury 200 feet of Cat 7 Ethernet cable. I've got it in the ground. And then now it's just the ends that I have to finish wiring up. I am really, really hoping that I don't have to worry about the PVC glue and the Ethernet cable, because the Ethernet cable is actually in the PVC at the moment, and I still have to do a little bit more on it. And there's no way I'm gonna re-pull that Ethernet cable through it. So I might test the PVC glue, see if it melts the rubber. I don't expect any issues. But you never know. Good morning, Joe. I am from the United States of America. I actually live in the Pacific Northwest. What about you? Where are you from? Yeah, let's create a users source users. All right, gonna take the little bits off the end of that. Okay. Probably need a bunch of this here. Something like that. Gonna read the post data. This isn't going to be a username anymore. It's going to be email now. Because I'm so clever. Template login. Okay. Change that. This becomes email. Oh, you live in New York. You got some family out that way. Yeah, actually, I put the Ethernet cable inside of PVC so that it was a little bit more protected. It's hard to see in the ground when you're digging, and I wanted to have some sort of um, barrier to cutting it. Um, that and also we have little voles, or I guess they're like moles or whatever around here. So I don't want them chewing on it. Right. Now we're going to actually save something to the KV store for the user. This is coming together. Okay. We should make sure that the user doesn't exist. And yeah, we're going to have to do some of this too. I'm just going to grab this whole thing. Just toss that in there. So if the user exists, we need to say, hey, that user already exists. Now we need to figure out that flow to do. All right. Now, in this case, we have the happy path here. Um, I'm just gonna leave that. That whole thing I'll need a little bit. Did Spectrum braid the cable for you since you weren't home? Oh yeah, they wouldn't have used conduit. It is just a cable. It's like phone line in many places. Just a cable. There's nothing. All right, we are going to need to create a salt. So at this point, we need the random bytes. We're not going to be getting the password salt off the user. How do we want to do that? Now this is what we were doing earlier. We need to call CF subtle crypto. Is it dot something? Random. Oh, it's in WebSys crypto. That's in a different place. Hallam. Good morning, Hallam CN. Or was it Hallie MCN? Good morning. Do I have Starlink on the ground or on the roof of our house? It's on a different building, but yeah, it's attached to a building. I didn't realize this was in a different place. So this is on crypto, but in... Okay. We have to make sure that in Cloudflare's worker, it's in the same place. Oh, this is crypto.get random values. Whereas... And then down below we have other things. Interesting. They don't actually separate these pieces out. Here they just say, oh, you got methods here. And then you have subtle crypto methods. Okay. So hopefully that is available. We just use those other functions. And we still do not need... Actually, we do have to go in there. CF mod. Because this one goes... Okay, this is crypto and subtle. And we need another one for just crypto. And that's going to be a websys : crypto. We're going to call crypto. And then the random bits. I'm going to do this one. And that's going to take self and an array. I thought there was a with capacity on this. Huh. What? vec with capacity, yeah. Okay. And we're just going to use 8. Now, does that return a promise? Returns an object. Ooh. All right, so we will bubble out the error dot map error. From that, toss that. So now we'll just have our object, but what is our object from this? MDN documentation, get random values. The same array passed as typed array, but with the contents replaced with the newly generated numbers. Note that typed array is modified in place, and no copy is made. Okay, so we just need to know, was it a success or not? Now, our salt should exist. Then we can salt the password. Where's password salt coming from there? Nowhere. Oh, actually, I did this. Ah. All right, now we should get our compiler errors. What do we have here? Password salt. This should just be salt. I guess we could call it password salt still. It's not like we're using it for anything else. So we're not going to check the password. Going through that. We're going to create a new entry. Let's review. Get the form data. Where does our post data come from? Did I forget that little piece? Yes, I did. All right. So we get our post data. Get some values out of it. Bail if either one of those is not set. Yeah. The user already exists. We bail on that. We need to come back to that in a bit. Create a salt for the password. Pass in our immutable vector with 8 elements. Do we need... So I'm curious, do we actually have to fill it? Do we have to fill it with zeros or something? Because the length is currently nothing. I mean... All right, now it's initialized. It's got 8 values. Now, this shouldn't be working. Why aren't we getting errors? It's wired up. Ah, but we didn't save that file. There we go. Much better. Yes. Now, in this case, we have this vector. We're not going to take it into that type. We have our password salt. We're actually going to convert the password, wherever that came from, into a string. We're not going to call concat. We're going to use or extend. Where's extend from slice? Okay, so we'll just take this password string as bytes. Okay, now we should have a salted password. Then we hash it. This has to go back to what? Oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. Because we actually just extended the salt. We don't want to extend the salt. We want to keep the salt set aside and then create a password with that. All right, so let's not do that. Do this a different way. I'm going to take password salt and password as bytes. And that should be that and that. As ref. No, I want it as a slice. Can we not deref that? Huh. Anyhow, let's see where it goes. Iter dot. We can collect this into a string, can't we? No, it's. How we're going to store the salt. How are we going to store the salt? Eventually that's going to end up in a JSON blob. Is it going to be an array? Array of values? Because if we could store an array of uints, the u8s, but then when we digest with stir and u8 array, we actually need to clone that vector. So password salt, clone extend from, what was it, from the slice? Yeah. We have to, we actually have to, okay. Save that password. Okay, that works. Then we have our salted password here, but we cannot reassign to it because extend with slice does it in place. This needs to be mutable. Then we have that. What's this? It doesn't know what type that is. Um, it's an object. Okay. So then we salt our password. We hash it. So we have our actual hash. And then we need to actually save this back to the KV store at this point. At the moment, we're working on user creation because I think we've got the login form nearly working. We've got a couple of little dingleberries here. User already exists. If it already exists, then we need to alert the user on the create form that, hey, you can't do this. Somebody already exists there. Um, and then here, I don't think we've actually stored anything. What if we did a KV put fetch? Yeah, we don't have anything that actually stores it, do we? Well, async function. Another path. Sure, P. And the value. I don't think that has a return type. Good morning, Patatas. What is Mimeograph? Mimeograph is, think of it as like a serverless alternative to WordPress, right? So most people know what WordPress is, so I describe it as a WordPress alternative. But it's also, yes, yes, I didn't do that. Um, thank you, Patatas. Actually, we could do that. There. Um, yeah, it kind of says it all. It's built on Cloudflare's workers. We're compiling Rust down to WASM, WebAssembly, and running it on their edge network. So it's going to be crazy scalable. In this case, gonna do that. We're gonna kind of do the same sort of thing here. Hey, thank you for the follow, Purple G. How you doing? So we should probably look at the Cloudflare as a KV interface. Put string. Oh, interesting. That was different because get returns a promise and things are actually hidden in the promise. Um, a result to, I don't know, the kind, uh, no, on the other side of this though, we have put string, stream, and buffer. And in this case, we're going to be doing a put string. Maybe we should just be calling this directly. There's not much extra to this. Let's get rid of that. So yeah, we need the environment here. Yeah, we have an env request at the top. This is going to be users. Uh, put stir. Is that what we called it? And put string. That takes us JS string. So you kind of put all the pages inside a worker's memory? Not exactly. So one thing that workers have access to is this distributed key value store in Cloudflare. They have this pretty cool API. We're going to be storing things in their key value store. And we're storing our users, their permissions, the content, everything inside of the KV store. And here we're going to try storing a string. Put stir. And this is going to be the username, the email address. It's going to be the username. And then we have to come up with a JSON blob, don't we? We need to come up with an object. Huh. So we're going to create some sort of JSON string. You know what? This might be a perfect time to use the serializer. I've been avoiding it, but now that we're actually serializing things, it kind of makes sense. WASM bindgen, yeah. Saturday. So we can enable the Saturday serialization feature, derive the serialized and deserialized traits. Yeah, we've used Saturday before. And if we're going to have a user, it makes sense to do that. Send it to JavaScript with value from Saturday. Oh, interesting. JS value from Saturday. Huh. Receive it from JavaScript with a value into Saturday. Is Cloudflare Workers similar to AWS Lambda or Google Cloud run in some way? It is similar. The difference is AWS Lambda lets you run a virtual machine that handles a request. Same with Google Cloud, right? But Cloudflare Workers take not a virtual machine, but some JavaScript code. And it just so happens that their JavaScript virtual machine can run WebAssembly. So we're compiling Rust to WebAssembly and stuffing it into their worker. So we get our little 128 megabytes of goodness in the Cloudflare Edge network. Actually, all over the Cloudflare Edge network, they spawn up these as many of these as they need to handle the requests. So it's nice in that it will always spin up an instance closest to you. So if you're overseas from where I am, you're not having to like connect to the local AWS region that I prefer. No, this is going to load up the WASM cloud close to you and interact with their globally distributed key value store. Yeah, but not so much, right? The amount of data that it's moving around is tiny. Um, I think that's something like Cold Boot suffers from. And oh, this isn't. Let's build a release version. Oh yeah, 4 megs of data. Um, Wrangler build, env production. Oh, is it gonna build? Oh, it built. So yeah, we're at under 100K. GCP Cloud run is kind of cool. Lets you run arbitrary Docker containers. Yeah, I'm not gonna step into Docker though. Not sure where they spin them up. That does sound pretty cool though. All right, so let's create this object. Let's create a username. I think I need like a model. Hey, game dev unknown, how you doing? Gonna have to start organizing this mess. Let's create a directory. Should we call it models? Mod.rs. And inside of here, we're going to have probably user. You've been mostly using this for running Golang web apps. Oh, cool. We're gonna have email. That's a string. Uh, Password salt. This is a vector of U8 and password hash. This is a string. I think the template stuff's probably going to end up over in the view. Then we have little controllers, which are going to be our kind of REST handlers. Then we have utils, etc. All right. Let's go back. We're going to impl serialize and deserialize. So we need to enable this feature. Start a serialize feature in our WASM bygen. What features? What other goodness does it have? Oh, interning. That sounds neat. All right. Version equals that. Features equals that. Yeah, we'll get back to legacy eventually. Probably coming back to it. After this project, we're going to step back into control. So I got some stuff lined up for control. All right. What else do we need for this? We could do serialize as well. Oh, you know what? I'm going to snag that while we're there. That means we could very easily do that. Okay. We're going to add Saturday. Features derive. Let's see if I remember that correctly. Cargo, what features? Yep, derive. Good. All right, so we have serialize and deserialize for that. We're going back into users. So now we need to create a user. That user is going to be equal to models user email password salt and password hash. Are the types correct on this? Oh, the actual hash. Email is a JS string, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, this? Yeah, we're not working on the game at the moment. Looking today for that. I'm building a website for my neighbors. And I decided that I was going to not just stamp together some website. I was going to build a website generator for that. So we're working on Mimeograph. All right, email doesn't exist. Oh, yeah, we just got that. Okay. Now we need this to go. What was it? JS value from Saturday. Mismatch types. Expected reference. Okay. Why does it still think that that is a JS string? Oh, I did a JS string from. That's a non-auth there. Now we just search for get there. Okay. Well, that's from Saturday. Now we can put. Interesting. We could put this any value object. Can we store this as an object? It's almost like we wanted this to go to a string. So in Cloudflare, KV, we want to write KV pair. Value can be a string, a readable string, or an array buffer. All right. Write data via the API. What's that mean? Oh, interesting. So yeah, we'd have to have pair tokens, stuff like that. Okay. That's neat. Wow. They've got a lot of stuff here. Keyless SSL for a zone. Why? So much stuff. There's WAF. Where's workers? This is not alphabetized. Waiting room? What is waiting room? Anyhow. Okay. So if we can only provide one of these three types, serializing something to a JS value doesn't actually work. We have to serialize it and then JS sys JSON stringify. That can give us a result. Hey, Acton Dev. It's a classic bug report you've seen across all your jobs. Yeah, dot sort. Just a sort. Good morning. Good morning. All right. So if we can't stringify something, we have issues with this. So we convert it to a JS, to a user. JSON, not JSON. What does this take? Probably a reference to a JS value. All right. Now when we do this put stir, oh, username, we call that email. Put string. So going back to looking at some of the ways that they've done this, if we look at the crypto stuff again, right? Decrypt with stir and buffer, right? I mean, maybe we should be a little bit more verbose here. Put with stir and yada yada. So instead of having to do this, just string from here. So I have some sort of put with stir and string. Yeah. I don't know. But coming up with this sort of middle ground API seems pretty challenging. And looking at things like JSSys would be good. WebSys. Let's just go to something like JS string here. Add raw. Split by pattern. I think they tend to favor the Rust types in the API. Right, most of the types here are going to be Rust types and not other types from this. Like you don't see, um, like here, normalize. Why didn't they take a JS string? And I don't know if the WASM translation for that is super heavy or anything. Because you see me like going back and forth between these. Let's do that flip again one more time. So if we had stir there, uh, that's really nice. You can have a lot of Rust types go to that type. But then what if you had a JS value? Or actually converting it twice to be able to use the API? You have to convert it back to like a JS string to a Rust string just to be able to do this? Or does JS, I mean, you can't do as stir or something on this. What's this as string? Oh, that's JS value as ref. This is how you climb their API. Yeah. It's interesting that you can do a partial equal against a Rust stir and string with a JS string. I thought we had an error on that earlier. Maybe we didn't have it borrowed? Hmm. So yeah, you can see in a number of places. I've been using JS string. Not too many though. In the argument list. All right. So if we save that, if we save everything, so in this case, yeah, we have this path into JS string. So if I get rid of that and just have it stir, I have to play around with these sometimes to kind of get this sense, like the what's good about it, what's bad about it. Yeah, that's gonna bubble. Oh, COC. That's so weird. The COC is freaking out. All right. expected stir, found JS string. And this is one of those cases where we got something as a JS string, and we just never converted it. And here, password salt, same thing. Come back to that. Cannot for type parameter p declared for the function fetch. Yes, this is JS string. Takes two. Why does it take two? I thought we changed that. Yes. Didn't delete it though. Oh, that's a user object. My mistake. This should be an object. Oh, and this is a user object. And now that we have that model with the serialization, we should deserialize it. What was the API there? That was from Saturday. No. Into Saturday. JS value into Saturday. The JS value. Oh, it needs to be plural. No wonder I couldn't find it. So, oh my goodness. I'm going to stand up for a bit. Okay. So if that worked, then we should have a user here. User.get. Oh, we want to get the salt. That's right. That's not public, is it? Clone that. To do this in two stages because push stir doesn't return the stir. Clone that. Now salted password dot push stir password. Make that mutable. Get rid of that. Hey Perkin, how you doing? Good morning. Oh, that's right. It's a vector. How are we doing that in users? Yeah, extend from slice. Okay. Okay. There we go. we'll check the new hash, the actual hash versus the existing one. That's a password high in sodium. Absolutely. Extra salt. All right. Yep, got a couple of these. Yeah, this is one I wish it would actually do something else. Okay. Just take that, going back to that type. Stir here. What's email? It's a string. We change the type on this. What else? Mismatch types. Expected reference to a JS value. This is because user from the Saturday, we didn't throw the error here or return early. All right, then we have a JS string. Interesting. We actually have to take that to a Rust string in this case. Huh. I'll map on this. String from dot map. Oh, it got moved? Oh, interesting. All right, now we put the string in there. We have to wrap this up. Let's see. Let save promise equal to that. We await that. What does it actually return to us? So we do a KV and we put something there. This returns a promise, right? This method returns a promise that you should wait on in order to verify a successful update. Due to the eventual consistency nature of KV, yep, writers from different edge locations can overwrite each other. It's a common pattern to write data via Wrangler or the API to read data from the data within the worker. Interesting. Why would you write via the API? Because you're doing it outside of the worker. You're not generating the data in the worker. Avoiding this issue by issuing all writes from the same location. Oh, so in the API here, you can specify the region, can't you? That's interesting. So you can actually do a fetch. How do we specify? Let's say put accounts account storage. And why would you do it this way? All right, let's go to the top of this page. Oh, this is a huge page. Oh, and it's actually changing that. KV. Create a namespace. Move a namespace. Rename. How do we give it region? Check regions. What is this for? Is this in, oh, a pool? We're creating a pool. Load balancers. Yeah, all sorts of stuff. All right, gonna go back one because I lost where that was in the API page. No, 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 no! Don't get rid of this page. Stop it. Go back. New tab. Thank you. All right. AV optional cursor and prefix. It's for listing. Now, how would that actually help? It is common pattern to write data via the Wrangler or the API, but read data from within a worker, avoiding this issue by issuing all writes from the same location. Okay. Workers KV is a global low latency key value data store. It supports exceptionally high read volumes with low latency, making it possible to build highly dynamic APIs and websites which respond as quickly as a cached static file would. Okay. KV achieves this performance by being eventually consistent. Changes are made immediately visible in the edge location at which they are made, but may take up to 60 seconds to propagate to all other edge locations. In particular, the propagation of changes takes longer to locations which have recently read a previous version of a given key. This includes reads that indicated that the key didn't exist. Okay. Workers KV isn't ideal for situations where you need to support for atomic operations, where values must be read and written in a single transaction. That's fine. That just tells us not how it works. Like, I want to know more data. If we use the API, which location does it go into? And why would we use the API per your for this? Fancy. Okay. Well, it's worth noodling over. Because I expect that their KV API itself is like probably implemented in workers, right? Or something faster than workers. Endpoints. Okay. Everything, method, parameter, etc. is fixed to a version number. Fine. Requests. Bearer token. API keys. Okay. Rate limiting, pagination, responses. See, this is telling you the zone ID, content type. Nearly every resource in the v4 API, user zone settings, organizations, etc., may be uniquely identified by a 32-byte string of hex characters. Yeah, and this is just some of their other API stuff. API token. Okay. We're going to use it from the KV store itself. I'm actually okay with it taking up to a minute for the user to get created. Actually, we should be doing this with a durable object, shouldn't we? We should. Should be making the request to the durable object. Durable object should be interacting with this. Because there's only one instance of a durable object in their system for a given kind. So we could fire up a durable object for that user for creating that. Or just have one for users in general. I don't want to use it for user authentication. That'd be silly. But for creation, we could. What would they gain us, though? And two people creating the same email address in the same minute, the last one's going to win? Seems okay. That's really low. Really low possibility. You could have something in the durable storage that tries to protect against that. Maybe some other sort of durable object. Maybe something that says, like, I'm locking this, and then the durable object can forget about it in a minute. That's worth thinking about. So what part of this, what do I actually do in the durable object? Probably as little as possible. Because durable objects are like a single choke point. And if you have them doing a lot of stuff, that's gonna be a problem. Transactional storage API? That was listed below in the docs. Here? Yes. This transactional storage API is actually um, for data that you access via the worker or via the durable object. It's a little bit different from the key value, and we could create a durable object for every user. That's possible. Ooh, that's a thought. But then we would be using this transaction API instead of some other one. But maybe that's what we want to do for users. We can play around with it. Their limits here for those values are different though. Let's reload that. Here, platform limits, durable object limits. Okay, value size can only be 32K. So, much smaller, but very doable. Storage per object, per class, number of objects. Yeah, for sign up, I mean, really it would be like you'd have some overlap, like a 1 minute window where it would be an issue. But this might be the place where we really do want this. And it would be a good foray into durable objects. All right. Now, how are we going to set up this durable object? Let's go back again. So you can get a durable object by ID in a namespace. And if we're going to store the user data in these, because I don't want, like, let's say this became like hugely popular or something, right? And you had a million users editing their accounts all at the same time. Worst case scenario, right? You would have one durable object processing all the requests, unless you broke it down into multiple durable objects. Let's see if we could break it down into multiples. So we have our emoji counter. Our emoji counter is a durable object. We set this up so that it could have some sort of state. Doesn't actually do much. We can get key, get keys. Excuse me. It'd be great if we could just we have a transaction. All right. So we can get these things by ID. So given a specific namespace, we say, hey, give me the one from such and such, right? Arbitrary string. Yes, we could use their email address. And then just interact with it that way. I've got a little stub. Object stubs. Okay. What is this? What do we do? Hmm. Oh, that's right, because you have to send requests to a durable object. That's right. Okay. Let's create a module for our durable objects. We're going to make this. Call it do. Triple objects. Yeah, that works. It's a good name. Let's move our emoji counter in there. Mod users on a user. Struct user. Now, how do we set it up with our emoji counter? Let's close that buffer. So we're using WASM bindgen on that. We have some state. That's right. When we create one of these, it ends up getting the durable object state and the CFENV. And here's where we handle requests. So we interact with these via requests. They end up being serialized. Yeah. Probably need that too. And this, yep, need that. It's not going to be dead code for long. All right, I'm going to grab this here. Little boilerplate bits. And no value on that. Oops. Okay. What? I thought we had to have that there. That for the user. Oh, we need this on the type too. Okay. So we give it a response. And then it has to parse the response on the other end, doesn't it? All right. So we're going to get some sort of request here. Now, when we get those requests, if we do this right, we're not going to have any contention. We'll have this being a singular element. What I'm wondering, do we have a router in here for different user requests? Because our users here, like this whole thing, hmm. So we're going to need the request. We're not going to take the post data and then what? Like reassemble a post data? No. We might create a request via this request. Maybe we change the path on it. Hey, thank you for the follow on DBCS. All right, but a lot of this is going in there. And I wonder if when we make a request to a durable object, if that counts against our requests. If we go to limits again, sub request. Each sub request is in a redirect chain counts against this. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Get 500 milliseconds. That seems like a really long time. So our limitations. Yeah, it's in beta. All right, let's try to get this wired up. We're going to receive a request. It's going to have post data on it. Just going to take that. I'm going to stuff it in here. All right, we're going to get this thing. We're going to have some post data. We don't know if this is going to be like a login or something like that, right? So maybe we should have a router here. Because we're going to have the environment here and a request object. Huh. Here, let's go down here to there. Take that. going to be create. We can make this kind of crud, right? Or post, something like that. Huh. Or maybe there's something else. I don't know. Create seems fine. New would also work. I'm gonna get an env request here. Now this is also async, isn't it? We can have this async. I thought that would work. I should have just moved the whole thing. All right. We have that. We just need our router. Is the project public? Some pieces are. Some pieces are. Like the router here. Some pieces are just very experimental at the moment, and it's not worth tossing out there. Then if I want to take this into like a production sort of environment where I'm not willing to let go of some code, well, it's easier to give than take away. So I tend to default closed and open pieces up. One candidate is going to be like the CF bits here. I think that might become its own crate. Just want some parts to learn yourself. Oh, absolutely. Um, in fact, I even made a test project here. Where was that? That's in SourceHut. Oops. Almost sr.hd. Firefox is trying to help me out there. Where'd it go? No, it wasn't in there. It was in here. This kind of a this here. I took a bunch of stuff that was available and improved upon it, made it available. Here, why don't we go toss a license in there? It's all MIT, etc. All right. So license. Did it not get license in here? No, it didn't. What's a license tag? Um, license like so. And this is for uh not that file. Shouldn't be called Mimeograph here. Ah, this is like template or something, right? Oh, am I using a patch of that version? Oh, it is. It should be fairly safe. Mimeograph router is still going through some changes. Um, should probably make another version of Mimeograph router and make sure it works with this. That worked, huh? Probably because it didn't use the right mimeograph router. Yeah, that's using the old one. Let's fix that. I think I'm happy with how the router is working so far. Oh, did that not get committed? That should have been committed already. That doesn't. Yep, that's good. General. Yeah, we introduced these new types. Okay. To make this work, we actually have to get the router helpers and codegen released. Let's do that real quick. We're adding router request. Hey, thank you for the follow. Kevbot. Kitty plus Neovim. That's a follow. um, change log. Do I not have a change log here? Oh, I don't even know what the existing version of this is. Cat cargo to Tommel. Huh. Looks like it's gone through some changes. I don't know. Push. We're going to go through the little sequence of building and deploying these things. Um, That's a minor. Oh, no, not get release, cargo release. Yes, thank you. ODA 3.0 for router helpers. We're going to go back and do the other one, the cogen. So I have to do this one first, then cogen. What do I think of Rust when trying dynamic libs? Let's see. You tried some code, but I refused to run with crate type dylib. Huh. I know that like Bevy loads itself as a dynamic library for that kind of fast developer workflow. So I've seen it work really well, but I have no experience with it. So sorry. Mimeograph router cogen. I get log. Did cogen not need any changes? Doesn't look like it does. Okay. Mimeograph router. Yeah, that's fine. But here, helpers needs to be bumped to 0.3. And this is still 0.2.0. Yeah, 0.2.0. That looks good. Basically change the return type for the router to be a little bit more descriptive. And our tests, etc. Okay. This one is change log. All right, let's include that. Add a router. Okay. Reset that. That's fine. Cargo test. Yeah, that didn't change. Okay. Perfect. Ergo, release minor. We go in here. 4.0. Okay. Cargo, check. Yeah, that's done. Good. Okay. Cargo update. It's fine. Now our router type's going to be different here. This is no longer that. Why are we returning a CF response just to convert it to a CF response? That's silly. Let's just return that. All right. And this type is wrong. It should be a router result. So in this case, it was handled. In this case down here, it was not handled. That passes the request back through now. And then this one. What? Okay. So that one was handled, but it had some sort of error. And what's up with this? The trait bound static and vague request. Maybe request is not satisfied. Yeah, why? Because it takes it now. It owns it. Now our routes are taking this wrong type. So we gotta update this. Okay. And if they fail, they have to return that other type back. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're actually failing though. That takes the EMV request. Okay. And their OK should be a handled response, shouldn't it? Nope. Okay. Let's just allow dead code on that. Okay, that should be it for this piece right here. It'll build. All right. You're back. Did it work? I updated. We're updating the Cloudflare template project that I created a while ago. So we had to go through and update all the dependencies from Mimeograph router and publish a new version of the router. I also included the license info, updated deps, added license. All right, DBCS, that should work, huh? What? Push, don't you origin head? Oh, you're welcome. All right, and the project here is set up if you're interested. So that now has license, etc. In case anybody's trying to do the same sort of thing, it's at least a starting point. All right. In fact, now we can stop using patched versions. Now we can, oops. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. So we'll use 040 there. Oh. We'll get back to this piece here. Hey, thank you for the follow, Neve. Neve hashtag, or Nev. Nev hashtag? Go update. Quick update. Nah, bump below. It's fine. All right, so we were looking for moving some code into a durable object. So now we have durable objects. Oh, got Copilot incoming. All right. Hey, you just woke up, huh? You had breakfast? Go wash your face. Hey, hey. Uh, wash your face, brush your teeth, then you can. All right. Actually, that's the wrong durable object. We want to go into here, inside a user. So we're going to set up another router here. Inside of our durable object to be able to handle the requests that come into it. So for a given user, cannot find value route for create instance. Interesting. It's because I called it post. There. It's right there. Does it need to be before it? Maybe. Just gonna put that up there. Oh, is it not compiling? So if that function's not compiling, we're definitely gonna get an error there. Yeah. There's your problem. All right. Oh, good. I found that time. Yeah, and because of that, that's going to change. So now we're going to be storing this inside of the JS, inside of durable objects. So this whole thing changes. All right, but now we have our request, Now I've got a router. That's crazy. All right, then we have to return something back to the other process. Let's match on that. Oh, it's basically one of these. Something like that. Yeah, we're not going to be doing the return 404, etc. We have to return a response. Okay, that should return. Now, our function up here should be async pub. No, it's returning a future. That's right, that's right. So we actually want to be able to return the correct type there. If we get an error, what do we return? We pass the error information back? All right, I'm going to just toss a to do on this one. I don't know what to do with this one. Not yet. This has to be an actual response, which it's not currently. Should be, though. What is it? What is that type? Unknown. And if it's not handled, we'll return some other sort of bad request. How about, let's go into emoji counter real quick. Grab this. Let's say this is a 404 if it's not handled. Does it need to be more than that? Yeah, there's our error. Now in this case, import that. Uh-oh. Match arms have incompatible types. Yeah. This is returning a CF response there. That should work. Oh, is it this one here? That's because it's not handled, which also means it wasn't found. We actually do this twice, don't we? Because it's async, if it looks it up, can't find it, says, hey, no, I'm not handling this. Let's toss that in a little function. 404. Or we use the one out of lib. No, we don't need all this fancy stuff for this. This is just a simple 404. Let's say it's pub function. We do not need, no. None of that. New string. Uh, no. This one's different. This one's supposed to be special. This one's like the pretty one. So yes, this one, that's correct like that. Maybe we have one in the durable objects module. Not that one. Here. Oh, paste it. Then we get rid of all of that. Okay. All right. Close that one. Let's go back to user. Okay. Now this one. Mismatch types. Expected response found result response. Really? We have another okay in there? Huh. I want to say that this is error. So if we did error 500 to string on that, that should work. Ah, need to borrow that. Okay. To Pretzel Rocks, the trans station. It's pretty good so far. I like this one too. Oh, and good morning. I missed this one. What's this? Chance to escape. Why I don't like Java. Um, I I don't really have much against Java. I put food on the table for quite a few years. It's a bit verbose. Mm, I don't know. Okay, should be error. Actually, this one should be. We don't have to return here. This should just be. Actually, isn't this just res? Yeah, there we go. It's not that I don't like Java. It's that I like Rust more. Rust, Rust is. I like Rust more than Java. I do. Not that Java's got anything bad. Okay. Now we have this route. We got to return a result from this. Okay. Now, how do we end up calling this? This looks all right. And we'll have create. We're going to have some other routes on there, etc. Like if somebody wants to change their password, we could do this through a durable object. Somebody logs in, goes through a durable object. Oh, interesting. Then we have to move login validation into this too. That's not so bad. All right, so we get our post data. We parse that. Feel if either are not set up. Yes, yes. Let's say, hey, this wasn't handled. Ah, yeah, that'll return a 404. That should be acceptable. All right. So if the user exists and we do something here. Oh, and interesting. This is, we're doing create. Did I copy the wrong stuff in here? This is login, isn't it? Hold on. No, we're trying to do something else. So if the user already exists and we're trying to create, what error? So we need to look up HTTP result codes. All right. So if this already exists, I'm going to try to communicate from the durable object in code if we can. Conflict. So we could return a 409 there. What about yeah, redirection we're not going to use 400. Looks like it's really gone. Let's just do a 409 in this case. Let's see. HTTP REST um, post. Yeah. Am I using the wrong one again? Probably. Yeah. Like creates new. Okay, so post creates, post updates. Had it correct. Fine. So we'll return a 409. Let's go back into durable object mod. Or 9. Let's name these. Say this is conflict. Nothing. Kernel server error. Nice. This was supposed to be like a 500, right? All right. Copilot's asking when he can have a Steam account. Well, it might be. It might be. Maybe for your birthday. Okay, so then we have error internal, error conflict. Let's go back into mod. Error conflict. I want to return that. None. That should be fine. Oh, comma there. There we go. And we should probably switch this into like an if let sum. There we go. Oh, that's right. This needs to be error. So we return the error saying, hey, this was handled. It's of that type. Oh, come on. It is handled. Okay. There. Technically, it's a successful response. Okay. All right, now create a salt for the password. So we do that. Salt incoming password, hash it, etc., etc. All right, now, are we doing anything with KV here? We should probably not. Yeah, we are using KV. And log error. Ah. Um, where were we using KV? Because at this point, we don't want to use that KV. We want to use the durable object storage. So where is that? Durable objects. It's learning. We want the API. Durable objects. Storage API. So we can get. I have a very important request. I have to teleport somebody. Where's one note? Sorry, I gotta do something. All right, where is it? How am I gonna do that? Just give me a moment. There we go. Gotta SSH onto the Minecraft server. Oh, I hope this is correct. Otherwise, she's gonna fall out of the sky and go splat. Double check the coordinates. Okay. Hopefully that worked. If not, I'm gonna have some very upset people later. Oh, it looks like it worked. Yeah. So we can get a key, get keys, put key entries, etc. Now in this case, what are we expecting to do? We're expecting to return a response that says like 201 created, right? It's like, thanks. I'm not dead. Oh, that's funny. We don't have to do a transaction here because we're kind of singular in how we're processing this. Because technically there's only going to be one request being made to this at a time. So it's basically a single-threaded HTTP handler. So as long as we're in here, basically single-threaded. Okay, now where's our durable object? Durable storage. It's on self, isn't it? Oh, we need another special type for this request because it has to pass through. Interesting. I don't want to stamp out another type. I'm going to overload this on purpose. I think we should probably rename it, but that can come later. Basically, the other value we need on this is the durable object state, because we'll want to access that. Um, clone that. That means we have to go into. Oh, it says it's a JS value. So if that state is a durable object. Oh, but clone. If we call clone on some JavaScript object, it doesn't know really what type it is. So it says it's a JS value. Now, if we go into the definition of durable object state here, and we say we're going to derive clone, then the right type of clone exists for it. And this needs to be a sum now, which means all the other places. Where was it? Anything else missing? Something like that? Oh, what's going on in lib? Yeah, that's gone. Oh, pub use. This is going to be in durable objects. Emoji counter. We also need um, we need user. Now, can the durable object API, can the durable object storage access the key value store as well? So there are some interesting possibilities there. I think that works for user. What else? Writable stream. Oh, diff split on that. Yeah. Okay, put that back. Good. Oh, we need a JS cast. That's good. Now, users, yep, you're a to-do. Don't know what to do with you yet. Wait, what do I call it? Login. So it's like users new or something, right? Anyhow, there's that. Then we go back into the object here. Now on the environment, env request, we have a do storage. We need to know what the username is. What if it doesn't exist? This is weird in that you have to make a request to a durable object, and then it has to check to see if the data backing it exists to know whether or not the user exists. I guess works, right? We'll call get on that. We're going to need to return multiple things to validate this. So why don't we call get on many of these? Supports up to 128 keys at a time. Hopefully this is just one request. The type of each return value in the map will be whatever was previously written corresponding key. Any keys that do not exist will be omitted from the result map. Perfect. Okay. So we're going to get just a map back. All right. So let's try this. I'm going to get keys, an array of strings. So we have to pass in an array. Can we convert vectors to arrays? JavaScript representation, a JavaScript array object. Perfect. So we're going to do a box slice of things. That's so weird. Because when we want to get so many keys, CF, durable objects, get, where's get? Oh, durable object storage. We don't have these defined. Fine, let's do that. All right, let's do some that we need. Get key. Let's see. Oh dear. Oh, function get. This durable object storage and a key. Sure. It's a promise. Okay. Now this is going to be some method. We're going to have kind of a get all, looks like. And this is going to take a box. This needs to be to strings. And according to this conversion, it can be that type T, which I think that works. Keys. It's actually calling the same function. Yay, JavaScript. Oh, Boxster is not allowed. What is allowed? And 9 others. Box string. Box of JS value. Fine. Why don't we just pass an array in? Because you can collect into a JavaScript array. We're going to want what? Array there. And JavaScript array. From iterator of A. Okay. So we're going to have what? Email. We want to know what their email is. Their hashed. No, their password salt and password hash. Currently, that's all that our user is. And because we have to, we're not going to store this as like a big JSON blob. We're going to store these individually as keys and values. Header map our string to a collect. Intuiter on that. So there we have our array of strings. And then we're going to get a map back. Let map user map equal to kv. No. Says env request dot dribble object state dot get all. Then we pass it the keys. We get a promise back. Right? Yeah, promise with a map of string to any. Now, from that, okay, calling get all in this. Oh, it's an option. Dun, dun, dun. That should exist. What do we do if it doesn't exist? State is going to be equal to env request. Okay. So then we have state. We'll just use state then. Get all the keys. Observable object state should have that. Oh, we have ID in storage. We want this observable object storage. Drat. How do we get from observable object state to storage? We just call storage on it? Okay.
Your first time playing that game? Yeah, no.
Should do that. Now we have storage. Fantastic. Await it. Map error. Okay. Now we need to check and see if the map has a value. Hey, 75209, how you doing? What's our map get? Just map. I'll use that. Oh, because it's actually a map. It's not actually a... Oh, do we need a new for this? Or from? Yeah, we need a from for this. People haven't seen me in a while. Oh man, I'm on all the time. I'm JFO. Hey man, thank you for the sub. How are you doing? Long time no chat. Thank you, man. Are you streaming? All right. Good to see you, man. How goes the streams? We're cranking out some Rust code all day, every day. Huh? Not all day. I actually do other stuff. Okay, perfect. Import from map. This is going to be a JS map. Excuse me, that's a map from JS sys map. Yes. Now, what is the key value type here? The key value. Ooh, the value is not going to be consistent. He's always going to be a string, though. The value is a JS value. which is a little funky. Implement missing members. All right. That's going to be mapped. Now we have to create some funky phantom data. All right. So our conversion function for that. So given that map that we get back from this JS feature, we await that. We actually want to do a map on that. JS map from. We're going to need to pass some type info here, aren't we?
Away.
Interesting. What is it? Oops. So our key value mapping here doesn't seem to be working quite right. Does map inherently have some other type on it? All right, well, let's say that's a map, and then we just rebind that. Let user map. So rebind that. It doesn't know what the type is from there. Okay. String and JS value. The trait bound JS map from JS value. Oh, is that a JS value? Oh, I see. So we're getting this JS value out of the future, and we know that storage all returns a map. It doesn't know. So we're going to map that value to v dot unchecked into JS map. We know it's that type, so we can map that. And then once it's that type, we can actually do a dot map this into a JS map from, right? Then that becomes a JS map string value. Look at that. Beautiful. Little combinators there. I think technically we could adjust this. So I want this to be because it has to be a string, right? They're owned values, which means our lookups are a little off. So when we get by key, yeah, it has to be a reference. See, it feels really weird having to say this is a map. Actually, oh, let's see. Let's see. Is there a yes? So they have get here. That takes a JS value. Okay. Why does it take a JS value? Because in JavaScript maps, you can have different kind of keys, can't you? They can be strings, they can be numbers, they can be all sorts of kinds of things. Can we into this? And no. Is value string from that. That'll work. Right? Yes? Huh. Strange. JSCast was not satisfied for JS string? How is that possible? JS string must do that. Oh, it's in WASM bindgen. Is it not? Oh, it is JSCast. Look at that. Okay. What am I not getting about this? Whatever key, passing that in, or k into JS value, and is JSCast. See, previously I was using things like um, that's an index. Like here, object get foo, right? That's a JSSys object though. Huh. Post data? Post data is returning a JS map. And this is doing exactly the same thing. Exact same function. Post data though. Oh, it's a JS string, not a string. Okay. That makes a ton of sense. I'm just closing buffers as I go along. Um, where's our map? Where were we? We were in here, right? Yeah. Wait, and this works now? Why does that work though? No, it doesn't. Good. Because our user map shouldn't be JS string, it should be JS map. JS string there. I said JS string, JS map, but that didn't make sense earlier. Okay. And now this is the wrong type. Now it's the right type. So if it exists per their documentation, any keys that do not exist will be omitted from the result map. Great, which is perfect for us. If the key does not exist, if the email does not exist, oh, no, if it does exist, if the email does exist, a user with this email address cannot be created. All right, so then we'll return the error. Good. A 2 minutes ago, perking. There. Got it. Thank you. That was a horribly long song. Okay. We're going to need some tests for this stuff. part of it's tough to test because it has to be loaded into Cloudflare. I guess we could start up Wrangler locally and run some sort of HTTP tests against it. That should work. Okay. Now, sorry, I was kind of bouncing around. After we check that the user doesn't already exist, we create a hashed password, salted and hashed password. We'll create a little user guy here, but we don't need that anymore. Because now, wait, goodness, we don't even need this whole thing, do we? This thing goes away. Models, mod. We'll leave that. We might need that for something else. That doesn't exist. We're not stringifying anything. We're going to put a number of key value pairs. I guess technically we could have done it that way. Uh-oh. User. So what if we did do it this way? Say, okay, we're going to create this user. We're going to stringify it. Going to save it. Our new user. Because we can put entries or we can put a key value pair. Each value can be any type supported by the structured clone algorithm. Oh, interesting. What is that? Hmm, fancy. So we could put like permissions in there, stuff like that. Okay. So now we have user. What are we going to do with user? Stringify. No, no, no. I don't like that. Maybe we convert it to a map. Convert it back into a map. Let's say let user is equal to a JS map new. It's going to be a JS string and a JS value for that type. What makes Rust unique? Also, hello. TrueSet72, good morning. What makes it unique? A couple things. It's got this novel borrow checker. It has this concept of lifetimes. Um, the language itself, it knows about threads, which is different from like C and C++. Other languages have a concept of threads. It also runs on many different platforms. Many different platforms. Like here, we're going to compile this down to WASM code and run it inside of a web worker in Cloudflare. Like, can be used for embedded software, games, web pages, all sorts of things. Yeah, you're welcome. So we're going to call put on this. Get set. Set. That's what I wanted to call. Set. So the first thing is email. Uh, That's kind of wordy. But we are inside of a JavaScript virtual machine. So that's kind of par for the course, isn't it? Okay. Now we need password salt. I'm going to do this a different way, though. It feels like we're going to do this and then this is going to be done over and over and over again. We should clean this up. What was the type on password salt, by the way? It's a vector of UA. That isn't a no. What does that translate to? To a JS value. How do we take a vector into a JS value? Via array? From array. Hmm. How how do we convert that? I know we can pass it via the API. I'm a little off today. Spent a lot of time working outside yesterday. Too much dust. Say option into from WASM API. This is implemented for all sorts of things. This is implemented for vector t. But how do we? Yeah, I think that's the magic sauce I'm looking for. That right there. I don't know exactly how to use that. So we return self ABI. What is that here in this? The box type T. Okay, so it's going to be that type there.
And climb and fly.
Okay, let's try that. Let's say into ABI on this. Password salt.
Well, Alex,
Oops.
I can't not train
Oops, that.
because it's over 100. Cute little watermelon.
Let's take a peek at that code.
I tried to smash it back into the ground.
What is this value here supposed to be? I want to know what that is. ABI there. Self ABI. WASM ABI.
was something on the floor and something
Or
in the air.
WASM
Like
slice. That seems like it. It's a WASM slice. Pointer and length. So it ends up being a WASM slice. Box T is none. That's for the option, right? Yeah, option one. Into box slice. Vector from all parts. Yada yada. Unsafe. Oh.
what are those? What are those?
Sadly, I don't see a way to use that. A WASM slice isn't really. I mean, that's like a box type, isn't it? We need to pass a JS value here. We could convert it to this, then from that. Oh, that seems sketchy. Oh. Because all I'm trying to do is take this vector of U8s and convert it into an array of U8s.
He tried to get the code.
Array from. Is that going to work? We need to, yeah, expects a jet. Iter.collect. And this needs a type known to it, doesn't it? Array. Oh, U8 doesn't. Intuiter? Because we don't want the borrowed values? Huh.
Oh, please.
I8, U8. It's there for JS value. What are you talking about? Hmm. Thoughts? All right. So we could iterate, right? Putting one into the other. That would work.
Oh, that's why you got the coin. Oh, I do the clicks. You do the.
That's rough. JS value is not satisfied. Hmm. So if we map that here,
Wait. Why?
that's, oh, what is,
Oh, no, I do.
interesting. We converted to F64, but it looks like we should be able to go from U8 here, which I'm guessing internally just calls that other one. Numbers. Yeah.
Just found a fire project.
That should very much work.
Someone found. Look. Oh, that's a gate of a scorpion. Gate of a scorpion. Does that mean I should go through it? Not until you're a really high level.
What is password salt? It's just a vector of U8s. This shouldn't be this hard. Um, all right, we've got to be overthinking this. Um, okay, let's say we have a vector, right? Got a vector. Interesting. Array has a 2vec function. Huh. It's 2vec, 2string, 2local string.
What were those?
Includes.
They were in. They were in the camps.
New with length. Push. So we could push onto it. That I think would work.
That's what they call it. One who opens up oblivion.
And what we were trying to use was from iterator. So we should be able to collect, as long as we have asref for the JS value.
What? Oh, I have some black.
Twitter, because we don't need them after this. And just simply collecting on that. It's not the right type. U8 should be a JS value. So we can see here, asref JS value. So we will map whatever this value is into a JS value. And this here should be a U8, yes. And the only way for us to go into a JS value from that type is either, actually, does number exist? JS number. So we take it to a number, say, hey, number from FU8, from F8, from U8. Right. There's our number. And number is that type. Great. Now we have Yes, password salt. All right, just had to. Well, yeah, get rid of that. Get rid of this here. Now we're not going to use env request. We're going to use storage. Storage dot. Was it put object? Put entries. Function put entries. There's put. What's a return? Seems all right. We're going to put user. And that's it, right? Borrow that. Doesn't, oh, JS map. We need to go. We need to unroute that. We need an into map or something. Do we have an impl here? We do. Okay. Function into map. Takes self and returns a JS sys map.
Go over these, but it didn't work at all. Oh,
We need a promise around that. JS feature, or rather a JS feature. We'll await there. So that should save it, and then this would be available to do other requests, right? Actually, we want to bail if that fails. Error. Many R's in that one. Okay. No longer need that. Or this here. We are going to return a success, like a 200, or what is it when you create something, a 201? Yeah, 201.
I said bye bye. That's like treasure hunt.
U32 for the response options.
Climate.
Yeah.
Bang. What you doing?
Actually, I don't like created. Let's see, success. Hmm. Oh, yes, the return type needs to be okay and then handled. All right, so we're basically forwarding the request in to here from the other place, from the other route. We still haven't set up, goodness, everything we need to for the durable object. What else do we need? Goodness. Um,
How did I get back from off the screen? Caution, do not touch water.
let's go back into user. So we were going to, so when we post to this location, this request that comes in needs to invoke the durable object. And it has to pass some of this through. So first thing, we need to get the durable object for this user. How do we do that? Let's go back to lib. We had a little example here forever ago. We created this emoji. We have to get the durable object namespace, and then an ID, its stub. Then we can make a request to it. Hey, good morning. Good morning. F. So we need to do something like this. All right, we're going to make that a request to this place there. Now this fetch, what is this fetch? So that's a future. Good. But first off, we need to get rid of emoji counter there on the environment. Yeah, this is our example. We're going to get rid of the namespace for users, and we are going to have durable object here. Durable object namespace instead. So you're going up here to base your buddies up there. But that means we have to get rid of the other one. What was the other one? The other one was Cloudflare key value storage. So inside of Wrangler, we've got these bindings for the KV namespace. We don't want this one anymore. So Wrangler KV namespace, delete, and we give it the binding name. We can pass in the environment, development, binding, users. Yes. Staging. Yes. Production. Yes. Okay. Now we get rid of users. 1, 2, 3. We're going to move that into a durable object. But in order to create a durable object, it has to be exported, doesn't it? So in lib, no, not in lib. Yes, in lib. What is this file?
Wow. Dylan, my character was yeeting like a dog.
Oh, I'm in the wrong window. Okay. That can go away. All right. Now we're back. Now in here, we had to export the emoji counter, pub use. So we are exporting it here, but now we have to export it through JavaScript in our shim. So here, user is equal to WASM dot user. All right, that should be it for that file. And then for our shim here as well, user. Hey, thank you for the follow. How do you pronounce this? I'm not going to guess. Welcome. Thank you. Let me know if you have a preferred way to say it. All right. It should be exported all the way through now. Was it? Yeah. All right. Wrangler. Where did it go? Was it publish? I think the command here. Yeah, new class. env development. New class. User. Oh, I hope it builds. I forgot to check that. Exported user was not found. Hmm. Okay, we'll have to double check that. Did it not build? Oh, you know what? It just didn't build. Okay. Yes, we don't have user there anymore. Also, because your login needs to go into the durable object. So we're going to comment this out and toss a to-do on it. Okay. Should at least solve some of that. Oh, yes, yes. Here we're trying to call this. We need users here. Hey, thank you for the follow. Dragon Warrior of Hell. So env user ID from name. Interesting. I want to parse the request body here so I can get this specific one for a given user. So it's a to do on there. Silence the compiler for a moment. All right, so back to the durable object user. Sadly, we are going to parse the post data twice. All right, there's email. We do ID from name. We get the ID. Now, user here wasn't in env? Really? We called it users. Maybe we should rename that durable object then. Because I think I called it user. Hmm. Or it's singular because it's a durable object. It's a user. I like that better. Yeah, that's a JS string. Match it. And there's our string. If it doesn't match, we are going to return okay. Actually, in this case, do we say that, hey, we didn't handle this? No, no, we say this is a bad request. Handled. Like a, I don't know, a bad response. Because if we didn't include, if somebody posted to this, but forgot to include email, what do we expect to happen? Right? Let's see. We would say bad request. No. Unprocessable entry. Hmm. That's more of a bad request. And maybe we just redirect him or something at this point. I don't know. I'm just going to go kind of easy path here at the moment. Not handled. We'll pass the ENV request back through. It's not a security issue. Should be fine. Okay, so then we're going to make a fetch. We'll await it. Map the error. That's the question mark on there. Now we got our response. All right, what are we going to do with the response? Could pass it all the way through. Right, we could do that. Sure, why not? This needs to be an OK. Router result handled. There's our response. Uh-oh, what happened? Is it because handled? Does it need to be an OK here? Result router response found result router result JS value. Oh, it thinks that's a JS value. Oh, no wonder. That should not be a JS value. That should be, I mean, coming back from that type, that's always expected. It always has to be the same type. Unchecked into.
You go back in.
See off.
I didn't even go in there.
Response. Okay. Skip the current song. Yes, sir.
I saw you in there.
All right. Let's clean up some of these. You're welcome. Oh, it partially moved? Where? Here? S.storage. But it's not borrowing anything. It's creating a new thing. How many warnings?
On the floor in that.
Partially moved due to that method call. This function takes ownership of self. Oh, what? That's going to be in Cloudflare Durable object. Storage. No, it doesn't take ownership of self. It borrows self. Me. Dun, dun. This function takes ownership of the receiver self, which moves env request to state. Sit that there. Oh, because of the option. Oh, dot as ref. Now it's borrowed. Ta-da! All right. So we have email here. That, and we didn't create. Say here where we're supposed to pass it through. Oh, this is supposed to be password hash. Okay. Actual hash. He doesn't live long enough, huh? It's because of this here, huh? I thought we could have async there. I know we can do async within this, but I thought we could have an async function like that.
Why is there a dolphin in this group? Dylan, there's a dolphin.
Borrowed value does not live long enough. It's because of the async bits, right? Now we can't use async inside of here, which is okay. Because we could spawn the future in here and return that. Spawn local. Async block like so.
Where is everybody? Oh, there they are.
Ah, that's right. But we can't return from that.
Only
All right.
what?
I've been doing this a little long today. Going on 5.5 hours. I should probably take a break. So I'm going to do that and get on to my other tasks, unfortunately. But it feels like this is like login is almost working.
I thought so.
Yeah, how are we going to do that? Oh, that's going to bug me.
Oh, wow.
I remember there being some trick to it. We can basically return a JS feature here.
Look, fuck.
Future to promise. And this takes a future. So if we did something like that, then we have self to contend with. Or router, all that stuff. Can actually do a bunch of the router outside. But then our promise has to be inside of here. So we could potentially return a future. All right, I'm going to leave this with a lesser error here. What's it whining about? Wait, where were we? It's line 108. Yeah, okay. An async fetch, which means we have to return a JS promise. All right, we'll dive into that next time, y'all. Who are we going to raid today? Let's spin the wheel. Shurizzle. Playing. Oh, interesting. Let's see what they're doing. We're gonna get an ad. Maybe, maybe not. Auto score. How you doing? Good morning. How does somebody stream that? Are they using like a vertical monitor? Whoa. Oh, that's crazy. Followers only chat. Let's see. Do we have a script to make what stream work? It always takes you a lot of minutes getting your bearer token. I ended up just going and inspecting my headers here. If you go in here and you go into network, you can click into some of these and look at the header for that, the authentication header. All right. Who else can we raid today? Maybe somebody that's, let's see. You know what? We're gonna raid White Panther. All right, y'all. Um, we made some great progress on this today. Some really good progress, and I think that going in the direction of using durable objects for the user store was a great call. Thank you. Um, Beyond that, I think we're done for now. My mind is mush. So, until next time, y'all. Bye bye.